Alright, we are live on Twitch and YouTube. Hopefully I got the kinks worked out on that. Seeing as how the YouTube has to be a vertical cut. Still might have some bugs. Alright, let's do a warm-up. Actually, I want to warm up in the F-16 tonight and mess with the targeting pod a little bit more because I had those bugs the other night. I want to make sure I can go into a sterile server and all my Viper stuff works properly. Because you start second guessing yourself when you're like, now, is this a bug or am I just making some kind of error because I don't usually fly air to ground with a Viper and I'm just making a huge mistake. I don't think so, but it's always a possibility. So let's just grab a Viper, get up in the air and see if I can mess around with some features really quick and make sure it all works. Set up a custom waypoint and see if I can bomb it. And if you're watching on YouTube, I will do my best to look over at that chat. I'm not used to it yet because I've got that on my tablet to my left and I've got all the Twitch stuff on the right, so I will do my best. And I believe after I warm up, we're gonna go probably to the North Pole server again, over to Sinai, and see how that's doing. Put a lot of work into that map so far. I want to see if we can keep progressing it. I don't know what they fixed so far, though. We'll just do a hot start. Alright, let's grab some bombs. We'll just grab some laser guided bombs so I can make sure I'm not dumb. Take the Lightning pod, we'll take an Elent. Let's do a couple of paveways, big old suckers. And then let's take double GBU-12s. 435 at 1,500 knots. That should be good.
Request rearming. Copy.
Let's see. Starting waypoint. Let's go to waypoint. Let's make a custom waypoint for the enemy base.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 062, 445 at 7,000, cold.
Alright, let's drop our paveways on this base, so we'll pull a GPS coordinate. Program that into our nav. Alright, let's go steer point 2.
Rearming complete.
And then we want north 4447898. East, we go east 0, and then put in 4053 089. And altitude is 869 feet. Okay, that'll give us at least one waypoint pre-planned for the base. So we'll drop our paveways there, and then we'll go just grab another spot on the map that's got enemies, and we'll fly right to it and use our HEMIX to put a ground target on the ground using our helmet. Make sure I've still got that under control.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 282, 430.
We got bombs.
1,000
We got big ass bombs. Alright. We're good to go. We don't need that.
Fort 1, Overlord.
Cheek station's on.
061, 445 at 7,000 knots.
Alright, nose wheel steering. Alright, let's do this.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 281, 435 at 1,500 knots.
We'll drop the paveways first because they weigh friggin' tons.
Fort 1, Overlord.
Plus that'll be the
1-1,
pre-plan.
Bra 062, 445 at 7,000 cold.
Which shouldn't be any issue at all. Where I'm going to run into a issue if it's not a bug I was experiencing and it's just me messing up is when I do the getting the HEMIX on the getting the TGP on the ground using the HMD. I think it was a bug because it kept. I made like 7 different mark points, and every time it would just throw everything up into space, which usually means that the INS got bugged somehow. I guess we'll know if the pre-plan doesn't work either. If that's the case, we'll spawn a new Viper and do a cold start full alignment to test it. Because there are bugs that happen when you do hot starts, unfortunately. You'd think it would be the other way around, where if you do a hot start it would automatically make sure your INS is good, but it's not always the case.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 2D2, 435 at 1,500 cold.
Alright, running it up.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 051, 450 at 1,000 knots.
We're kind of heavy. We'll use the blower.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 2D2, 435 at 1,500 cold.
Definitely heavy.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 051, 450 at 1,000 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 051, 450 at 1,000 knots.
Altitude.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 064, 445 at 7,000 knots.
Alright. Go ahead and set our steer point to that one I just created. It looks like it's in the right spot. That's where the enemy base is, so at least the INS looks like it's working and the nav computer's working. Alright, go off blower. Let's go ahead and arm up. Air to ground mode. Get out the chonkers. Pre-plan. And we'll drop both of them at once as a pair. Yeah, look, it even put the TGP right where it should, so that's all working perfect. So that means if we switch to the targeting pod, it should be looking right at that base. Alright, go to infrared. Yeah, that's the base right there. Perfect. Alright, so that all works. There's the underground bunker, so that's where we're going to put our paveways. Set up our laser. And double check that. Yep. Laser set. Laser is armed. Master arm is on.
at 7,000.
And we are marked SPI set on top of that bunker.
Fort 1.
There we go. All we gotta do is fly at it now.
267, 450 at 1,500. Cold.
And drop 2 gigantic ass bombs. Paveway 3 is 2,000 pound warhead mounted with a laser guiding kit and penetration. Basically, this is what you would drop on a bunker. A deep bunker. Heavily fortified. Or really anything. If you need something to not be there anymore, a paveway 3 will probably get the job done.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1. Bra 053, 421 at 7,000.
Aim for the middle of that bunker. And I'm aiming low because you're looking down through it at an angle. So if you aim like right in the middle, you might actually be shooting your laser a little bit behind it, on the ground behind it. You have to be really careful with that. So when you're using GPS and lasers, when you're flying above something, you're always aiming at the bottom of the thing, not at the top or the middle. Alright, we're getting close. We should have a shoot cue soon. There's the shoot cue, so we're holding down the pickle button. There they go. Bombs away. Alright, we're slowing down. At 45, the laser should start. There it goes. Laser's firing. We have guidance.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1. Bra 037, 414 at 7,000 knots. Overlord 1-1, passing waypoint 1 at 35,000.
That looks good.
Overlord 1-1, on station at bullseye 326 for 150 at 35,000.
Flying right over the top now. Bomb should be get there soon.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1.
Kablooey.
267, 470 at 1,500. Cold.
Alright. And we lost a shitload of weight. Oop, head tracking's messing up. Make one pass and verify destruction. Yeah, that's basically a giant hole. Alright, let's head down here.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1. Pop-up group 263, 470 at 1,500.
Alright, switching over to our GBU-12s.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1. Bra 032,
Going to CCRP.
449 at 7,000. Cold.
Except we're going to make a fresh mark point when we get out there. Because right now it's going to be looking at that where we've already got our targeting pod looking. Everything's working good so far though, no bugs. It's that's one of the issues with DCS is sometimes you'll just spawn a plane in and it's just buggy, it's just bugged. You gotta just spawn a new one or restart. Should be like 155 roughly. Because we want to offset, we don't want to fly directly at it. There we go. Alright, let's make a mark point. Now let's soy the HUD, put the mark point on our helmet. Also, we're going to do pairs.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 276, Fort 60 at 1,500.
2 pulses, we'll just drop them all. Well, actually, we don't need to do that. We'll just do a pair. There it is. Alright, so set the marker right there. And save it. There we go, it's saved. Alright, so now we go out, and now we're gonna go up to steer point 26, which is the mark point I just made with the helmet. Boom, and that put the targeting pod where it should be. Oh my gosh, okay, yeah, everything worked. It was just buggy yesterday. That's all it was. Everything's working fine. I just had a buggy spawn in. I had a buggy Viper. I was infected with military intelligence. Well, we're here. We might as well blow these guys out. Let's go. List, laser. Let's go 20. Alright, turning in. Oh, we're a little close though. I should have run out a little farther. Let me see. I think we're okay. Yeah, we're fine. We're not that close. This is going to give us a double Q, so it's going to look weird. It'll drop after the second Q. We're holding down the pickle. And now here's the second Q coming down, which is where it's going to actually drop the bombs. Right about now.
Fort 1.
There we go.
1-1, pop-up group 283, 480 at 1,000.
Laser in 2 seconds. And we are lasing. We're going to aim right in the middle of them. Let's go infrared. Keep adjusting that laser. Kaboom. Okay, everything's working fine. That makes me feel better. I was getting really worried. Yesterday when I tried to run through all this stuff, none of it worked, and it was just the Viper was bugged. Alright, let me do a quick warm-up in a helicopter, and then I'll be ready to jump onto a server. Okay, let's, do I really need? Well, yeah, might as well. Give my medicine a little bit longer to work. I don't want to jump into a server before my body's ready. Oh, let's do the Hind. It's always a fun one to fly. It's like flying a dumpster around with a propeller on top.
Adjusting magnetic declination. Ready.
Do we have weapons? Yep. We got rockets and tandems.
Turning off weapons.
Should be ready. Yep, looks good. Alright. Alright, wipe out the controls. Break off. Here we go. Alright, gear coming up. We can pull a little bit more pitch on the rotor. Always takes a second when you go around flying a Gazelle and a Apache and a Kiowa all the time, and then you jump into something like a Hind. Actually, out of all the helicopters, I think the Hind took me the longest to get really used to the weight and the flight model and the engine power. It doesn't seem like it now, but I do remember when I first started flying this thing, it took a while for me to get really used to it. Especially setting up gun runs and rocket runs. I blade stalled at least 3 times, I think, when I first started. Because you start gaining momentum because you're so big and heavy when you start going nose down to get a shot, or start descending to get a shot. You get target fixated. You don't realize your airspeed, and the mechanics, the scientific mechanics of a helicopter, you know, the rotor blade spinning, pushing down and back to keep you afloat, only has so much it can do. The faster you move forward, it can't keep you aloft as much because you're moving forward. So at about 350 kilometers an hour, you'll blade stall, meaning your rotor is no longer in control of your motion, and you'll just start rolling over. That's why helicopters can only go so fast unless they have a way to move the rotor forward and convert it into a prop.
Commander weapons ready. Attack selected.
Alright, there's the convoy over there, if I remember correctly. Gotta unload a little bit. There they are.
Observe activated. Looking for targets.
Fire one tandem at the one in the front. Yeah, right there.
Tracking target. Ready to fire. Firing.
Rifle.
Good effects on. Observe off.
Alright, let's hit him with the gun. 30 mil up, and we will keep the cyclic rate of the gun low. We'll thump it. It's fun shooting at a high cyclic rate, but it blows a lot of ammo. But the recoil on the 30 mil on the hind is definitely fierce. Oh yeah. No! I'm not gonna buy views from your little bot program, whoever you are. Do a rocket run. Then we should be ready to hit the server and see what's up. I should have set the radar altimeter up higher. Do that now. Alright. I'm in a helicopter, damn it. I'm gonna fly low. All those rockets did a lot. Alright, I think I'm about ready. Right before I get ready to stream and fly, I gotta take a bunch of medicine, and there's a possibility that I'll start feeling really sick after I take that medicine. So that's one of the things my warm-ups do for me, is give me a little bit of time for it to all get in me and see if it's going to affect me. Especially when you're flying around and moving your head and all that, it can make you feel sick on top of the medicine that can make you feel sick, so. Alright, let's jump onto the server. I do believe we are going to hit Sinai. Okay, get rid of that bot. Alright, so last night we took out the ammo depot and it's still gone. Perfect. Oh, somebody else was down here flying, so somebody took Hotel and Abu Rudis. Ah, that must have been Vic. And maybe Santa, maybe. So, looks like we need to go after India Echo. There is Sam's there. Is there somewhere I can piggyback? Right there. Let's piggyback off this AWACS. That way we can get a layout, see what SAM systems we got to deal with here. Oh, a full Grumble system. That's lovely. Full SA-10 system with a Tor Gauntlet guarding, so we're going to have to go harms. We'll have to take a Viper up and use an ELANT pod to get some good shots on that thing. Do they have anything over here besides SHORADs? One Gecko. Alright, so we need to take out the Grumble radar, the Tor Gauntlet, and if we have a chance, fire one harm at this Gecko. There's a man pad. T-90s, okay, just your standard military fare. So Grumble, Tor, and Gecko. Nearest airfield is going to be Catherine, St. Catherine. 70 miles to initial, 80 miles to the SAM site. So yeah, we'll put one shot on the Gecko on the way to Sam Echo. Works for me. 70 miles, we'll take a single bag and 4 AGM-88 harms. Where's St. Catherine? There it is. We have a few jets to choose from. Viper's going to be the best one for the harm shot, though. And a bag. That'll do it. Uh-oh, I don't know if it's morning or night. Or morning or evening, I should say. I think it's morning. Either way, we don't need that. And we don't need this. Cheek stations are on. This is the runway I gotta friggin' drive down to the end of the runway and turn around to take off. Go to the bag. 2988 QFE. 2988. All right, we're good. We're ready to taxi. I don't think anybody was coming into land. There was no one in the pattern. Yeah, there's no one around. We don't need the floods. I think they said that FARP was waypoint 22 in the nav computer already. We'll check it before we take off. We don't really need a waypoint, but just for fast reference. Alright, before we line up, yeah, 22 is India, Catherine is 14. So let's go ahead and set our steer point to steer point 22. Let's see, and that we'll put it right there. Okay. And 14 is home base. We're just gonna go rolling start. We're gonna do high altitude, high speed harm shots, so we're gonna have to climb up onto the perch. We'll use our bag to get up there. Whoops, forgot to turn off my nose wheel steering. So as soon as we get up in the air, we'll go ahead and hit the blower and get up to the perch. Rotating. Gear coming up. And hitting the blower. Let's get fenced in. Turn the harms on. Alright, we should be nose on. How much fuel do we got in the bag? Oh, we got plenty of fuel in the bag. Let's keep going. Getting higher only makes the shot better. Alright, so this is India right here. You can tell because it's also blocked in the circle. So this is where the gecko is, which will be our first shot. Alright, we can start leveling off now. 25,000 feet is plenty. We're going to end up drifting up pretty higher than that, so. Alright, we're out of blower. We still got plenty of fuel though. We'll just cruise along and go ahead and hit the blower to get up to speed. Trying to get rid of that fuel before we start pulling on the internal. I want to get rid of that bag before we get shot at and have to go defensive. Alright, ALF blower. I'm actually worried that gecko's probably not going to turn on when I'm this high, so we might have to go over and shoot at the SA-10 first, and then come back for the gecko. I'm going to have to fly a little wild weasel for the gecko. Alright, we're going to go ahead and get ready to drop the bag. It's almost out. And across the canal is Echo. Is there an SA-6 at Echo? Did I miss? No. Where is this SA-6 at? The tank factory? Yep, tank factory is where the SA-6 is. Fun. We don't know exactly where it's at yet. We just know it's over here somewhere. If I actually lock it up and then triangulate it through the ELANT pod, we'll know right where it's at roughly after a little bit. Alright, bag's close enough. We're going to lose the bag. Make sure we're clean. We're clean. Alright, back to air-to-ground mode. We're ready to fight. That gecko is not going to turn on. Oh, that's probably Echo right there. The CS and BB. That's got to be the search radar at that SA-10 site right there. Right here. The big bird. And there's the clamshell. This is the one we want though. The flap lid is the one we need to find. Which we don't see it yet. That's the big bird. That's the search radar, and there's the other. We need the flap lid, which will show up as... It'll probably just say 10, if I remember correctly, the track radar, which is what we need to shoot. So what we're going to do is we're going to lock on to their big bird, because it's right next to everything else. Oh god, we've already got a PGM of 2 on it. Alright, well let's lock up the CS then. Oh, we've got a PGM of 2 on that. So we really just need them to turn on their flap lid and we can shoot it almost immediately, probably. If he doesn't turn it on, we're gonna have to fire. That's him. Turn it on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Come on, come on, come on. Why is it not showing up on my ELANT? That's not cool. I'm gonna fire on it. Alright, defensive.
Tap flare. Tap flare.
Now it showed up. There it is. Hopefully we'll get the flap lid with splash damage.
Tap flare.
Boy, they're having fun.
Altitude. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Altitude. Altitude.
Alright, now we're going to try to notch it a little bit.
Tap flare. Tap flare. Tap flare. Tap flare. Tap flare. Tap flare.
Alright, we're off blower.
Tap flare. Counter.
You're kidding me. How many grumbles are they going to send at us? One of those grumbles is about the size of a telephone pole, by the way. That's a big ass missile. Well, we've got fuel. I'm going to go ahead and hit the blower and get a little bit more distance. I don't think my harm hit. It should have, but I don't think it did. Tor Gauntlet might have shot it down.
Counter. Pull up. Tap flare.
Well, we survived however many grumbles that was. It was a few. It's too bad our first missile didn't hit. Or it might have. Sometimes the server doesn't tell you when you hit shit. Nah, it doesn't look like we hit anything. Wait, that Tor Gauntlet's not there anymore. Oh, there's two of them there now. That's a problem. That's why it didn't hit anything. Now we gotta re-triangulate. Hopefully we can get a shot on the actual launcher this time. Or the track radar. If we can kill the track radar, it's done. They can't fire if their track radar's down. That's why they're being sneaky. They're using their search radars to track me until I get close enough that they can turn on their track radar and fire almost immediately before my ELINT pod has time to get a triangulation on it or anything. They're being tricky. Come on. We want that PGM to go down to about 2, because that'll give us a good triangulation of everything around it. Especially because they're all packed in there like sardines. Tempted to just fire all 3 harms at it and see if we can get some good splash damage and then come back with a better loadout. Well, with another loadout. It's not going to be better, it's going to be the same. They're tracking me. There we go. We got a PGM of 2. There they are. There they are. Well, those are gauntlets. Still, though. There it is. There it is. Alright, we're out of here.
Cap flare. Caution. Caution. Cap flare. Cap flare.
Yeah. Let's go steer point 14. That should be St. Catherine.
Pull up. Altitude.
We're just gonna burn straight for St. Catherine.
Cap flare. Pull up. Altitude. Altitude.
Try to drive these grumbles into the ground. Which I believe we did. Yeah, we're clean. Mainly because took me a few extra seconds to go defensive, which means those grumbles got higher up in the air. Which means when I dove down to the ground, they turned in hard. Hey, look at that. We got some good hits. There's the track radar and the search radar. Splash damage for the win. I think I got the one of the Tor gauntlets too. Yeah, I did. I got one Tor gauntlet, and the SA-10 system is toast. All these launchers are now dormant. They can't fire. That Tor gauntlet's still an issue. But we're going to come back now and attack... Oh, man. We'll probably grab like an A-10 or something, because we can hit that Gecko with a Maverick. And taking out an S10 Grumble site is actually kind of a pain in the ass, so that's good that we got that done. Hey, what's up, Vic?
Cap flare.
That thing's gonna burn up, I think. Well, I did my warm-up in the Viper, and I messed around with my targeting pod and the bombing, and it all worked tonight. So it wasn't me. I wasn't making mistakes in how I was doing it. It was just bugged. It all worked fine today. I was able to make my mark points, get my targeting pod at the right spots. I was able to input my own personal waypoints and do pre-planned bombs, the whole bit. Everything worked. It was just buggy. I wish there was a way to know that something's going to be buggy when you spawn it. It seems to be the hot starts.
Bingo.
Yeah, well, Santa told me last night that random system failures are turned on the server. And I think it's just happening way too much. It's like every flight there's shit not working. It seems a bit extreme. But I'm pretty sure he knows that. I think he passed it on to the guy that's actually making the changes. Are you the one that took Abu Rudis and Farp Hotel? Well, that doesn't seem like St. Catherine. That's weird. See, there's a bug right there. I put in the St. Catherine waypoint, and that's where it put it. In the mountains right here, instead of over here. So my INS just failed. My INS is completely out of alignment. quite literally, that just happened just now. I definitely think they need to turn off the random system failures if it's going to be this extreme. It's more like random systems working is the crazy thing. It's gonna make it harder to spot this airfield, since how my waypoint's not in the right spot. I mean, system failures are a thing that can happen for sure, but not quite as often as they make it in here. That's why there's maintenance crews that work friggin' 40 hours for every 5 hours you fly. It's actually more than that, but... I still don't see this airfield. There's no ground units on data link. I'm actually just using my ELANT pod to try to guide myself in. Airfield should be in front. Oh, there it is right there. I see it. Air brake out. Gear coming down. I need to slow down more.
Altitude. Altitude.
Alright, on speed. That's a lot of wind. Now it looks like my rudder's failing. Look at the way I'm jockeying. What the fuck? Did you see how I was like twisting? That is crazy. That was like huge. It felt like huge wind buffets, but they were going in different directions. Oh, you should have seen it. The whole airframe was like tweaking left and then back to the right and then back to the left. Like there was wind hitting me from one side and then the other. It almost feels like Santa is on the other side hitting buttons to make things change while I'm flying. I was getting swept over to the left and then I was getting pushed over to the right and then I was getting swept over to the left. I feel like I'm being tested all the time on this server. We had fuel to spare. Sort of. Yeah, that INS thing is troublesome. You can see the waypoint. It's way out there. That waypoint way out there is supposed to be right here. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna jump over onto like a return to pre-contact or something. It's been rough for the past couple nights. I don't think I can deal with the frustration of all that shit not working. I probably should be chilling for the next couple days, but damn it, I want to stream and fly. Ah, here we go. It looks like I got the bugs worked out of the YouTube side. It's working. I got everything adjusted to where the screen actually fits, but the one thing I hate is Streamlabs doesn't let me stream on both platforms with quality. I can only stream to Twitch with quality. I have to pay a monthly fee to stream to YouTube at the same time and full screen, which is weird, but everybody's got to try to make an extra buck. I just don't have an extra buck. Eventually I'll be able to multi-stream with quality, but not right now. Oh, we need to capture Echo. Cool. So we'll go from factory to Echo. I'm just going to do a supply run really quick. Gazelle with Mistrals. No, 4 Mistrals. Spawn hot. I need to download some skins for my Gazelle. We do not need a sand deflector. Thing weighs a ton. Alright, logistics. Supplies. Alright, where's everybody going? Make sure I don't pull out right into anybody. They're probably all going to Echo too, but it's alright. We need a fortified Echo anyway. 026, 15 miles. There he goes. He hasn't taken off yet, so we're gonna go. Alright, 026, roughly. Need to get our force trim. There we go. Alright, we're on the way. We be flying. All we brought was some stingers in case we get jumped by a plane or a helicopter. Oh yeah, it is right across that water, isn't it? Like a straight shot. We should probably get down lower. Well, I think when I get my next payment from Twitch, it's usually not much, but I think they owe me, I think, one payment next month, I think, so it'll just be the minimum, but it should be enough to order the new the Grass Monkey IR head tracking unit that I can use with my other head tracking unit. That way I can have IR on both sides again. I believe I'm going to order that thing now that I got the new HOTAS stick. Everything else is working. The head tracking's still a little iffy. Like when I look left and it starts freaking out. Didn't really have that problem when the IR is, when there's a 3 light IR unit on your head. It just works that bad because it's reflective tape right now. Like that. Yeah, I didn't move my head. It's just doing that on its own. I hate that. If I look just to the side a little bit and stop, it just does that. But that Grass Monkey, the guy that makes himself by hand, he only charges like $50 and he supports them, so. Then after I get that head tracking unit, then I can start saving for more modules. Foxtrot's neutral. Nice. How many people are flying right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. Does the enemy still have a navy? Yep, there's still a navy out there. Man, they must be... I haven't seen any enemy air at all, which means most of the people flying are probably air to air. As soon as the enemy takes off, there's just like 5 missiles flying at it directly. You still at work, Vic? Oh shoot, what time is it? I gotta take a dose. When I land, I need to take a dose. Oh, there's a couple of fitters. Su-24 Sukhoi floggers, also known as fitters. I think 24s are fitters. I think the older ones are fencers. So those ones would be fitters. They look just like a flogger, though. It's basically the same thing, except it's made by Sukhoi instead of MiG. Wonder if they're gonna fly towards me. Nah, that Viper's gonna get them. That Viper's gonna smoke them. All those fitters have are like maybe some aphid heaters, R60Ms. Well, 24s might have R73s, which are a formidable heater, but it's still just a heater. Oh god, never mind, they killed the Viper. Jeez. I hope that was an NPC and not an actual player. Now I gotta pay attention though, they might turn around on me. Yeah, they're gonna turn around on me, so we need to land like real quick here. There's the tower right there. So we can land in this field right up here, so we'll start pulling torque out right now. Nice and smooth. We don't want to enter VRS. All right, we're coaxing her down. God, I'm heavy. I should have taken more fuel out. We didn't fly far enough to lose enough fuel. I'm right on the edge of what this engine can actually handle. Alright, unloading. Alright, we captured it. Oh, and they're getting ready to turn right in on me, aren't they? What's our budget? We don't have much points. People must have been spending a lot of points. Well, we're going to do an air defense drop here at Echo just because the enemy likes to counterattack Echo a lot. That gave us a single Roland. Yay. Alright, well, let's go ahead and get in the air. We might be able to shoot these guys with a Stinger here. If I can see them. I don't see them. There's one. I got him. Fox 2. It's tracking. It's tracking. It went for flares. Fox 2. Not tracking. Went straight for flares. Uncapping my other two. Oh shit. Fox 2. Oh, it's going down. Damn. Wasted a shot. Okay. There's one fitter down. We need to land and rearm, refuel. And then we will grab supplies. We need to capture fishing outpost and Foxtrot. I love shooting stingers. Too bad we didn't get a hit, but poo-poo happens. They're pretty easy to flare off if they know it's coming. That's a lot of anti-torque. MiG-31 Foxhounds are up in the air now. That's not good at all. We'll just land on the green over here. We're not going to land on a pad. I don't want someone to spawn a fresh helicopter right on top of me. It can happen. Alright, nice and easy. Alright, I think we still got plenty of fuel. I mean, it's barely even moved. So we will keep the fuel we got. We'll just put new Stingers on here. Alright, ground crew rearm refuel. Leave the fuel down.
Request rearming. Copy.
Alright, logistics. Grab new supplies for capture. Is there anybody heading to Foxtrot? Nope. Tunguska! Get him, Walkman. What's he dropping? A shitload of GB32s. He's dropping JDAMs all over the place. He did a mark point drop. 1,000-pound JDAMs. He just set up all the mark points and then rippled through the mark points to and designated drop. Mark point, designate drop. Or he just designated by hand, but when you're moving them all over the place, it's easier to just use mark points. There's another one. Oh, there's a bunch of helicopters getting ready to take off. Huh. He dropped a lot of JDAMs. I'm not seeing a lot of explosions though yet. There's one. Huh. I don't think he got everything he wanted to get. Yeah, it looks like his bombs actually missed a lot of the targets. That's alright. They all can't be winners. Alright, we're reloaded. Yep. Alright. Resetting. I guess we'll go to Fishing Village next. Although we should just go straight to Foxtrot and then get Fishing Village after that. So we'll do that. 120 across the pond. Alright, here we go. Come on, fat girl. I really need transitional lift. We can barely get off the ground right now. Should have pulled more fuel out. But we'll be fine once we're moving. Unless I've got a maneuver. And we've got transitional lift. Alright. Alright, it's like 120 across the water, right on the coastline of the pond there, the lake. Make sure we're good. 2 and 2. Leave the glass down just in case we need it. 1 T-72. Oh shit. KA-50s. See, we gotta avoid those. They outrange us by a lot. The only way to kill a black shark and a gazelle is to sneak up on them. But I can't sneak up on those. They're gonna know I'm here. You can sneak up on a player. You can do all kinds of sneaky stuff when you're up against a normal person. Jesus, that RWR is lit. I see those Foxhounds are showing up on there too. The 31s. Those are the upgraded Fox bats. They're, depending on what they're carrying, they can be super mean because they're so fast. But they can't turn. So they're no good in a dogfight or anything. They're just good at flying at something really fast and shooting a very high velocity radar missile. But they're less than useless if they get merged on. How are those black sharks doing? They're heading straight for Echo, it looks like. Oh damn, are those... Looks like there's a whole bunch of Apaches heading towards Foxtrot. I wonder if I should divert and capture fishing outposts right now. Every time I do that though, the Apaches don't even know how to use supplies, and they never deliver anything or capture any ground. They're just out there to shoot Hellfires. We'll stick to the plan. We'll go to Foxtrot first. If somebody else captures it, that's fine. Is that Foxhound really going to shoot at me? Nah, it's shooting at that F-16. We're going to go ahead and notch, though. Yeah, we're gonna have to pop over the tree line here. Well, that sounded like a very fast jet flying overhead. Oh wow, that Foxhound is still alive. I figured that Viper was gonna jump him, but he didn't. Looks like that MiG-31 just dropped his ordnance, so he must have got hit. He jettisoned his stuff and is bugging out. Oh no, he shot a missile. He killed our Tomcat. Jesus, come on guys, kill him. You're getting pushed around too much by that single Fox hound. Turn the audio down a bit on that. Should be right over there in that field. Should be a cappable spot. We'll take a good closer look once we get there. Oh, where are those black sharks? Okay, they're moving slow. Shit, I forgot to take my pill. I do that too much. Alright, as soon as I land and capture Foxtrot, I need to take my medicine. Hey, they got the Foxhound. Alright. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's right there in that field. Alright, we're gonna start unloading. Are we in the gray? Almost. I guess we just gotta get up close to that tower and that's safe. Or in the field over the tree line is safe too. Where are those Apaches? We'll check on them in a second. Safely get on the ground so I don't wreck. Chop some air. Alright, logistics and capture. Booyah! Oh, there's those Apaches. Oh wow, yeah, there's a bunch of them. Cool, 3 guys flying together. Love to see it. Good job. Again, though, I bet you they don't have supplies. Which is fine, but they should probably learn. They're going straight for hotel, I guess. This is all neutered. These helicopters can come up here and kill all this stuff because there's no air defense left up here except for that Tunguska. But we've still got to capture this stuff. We're going to head back to Echo. Oh, let me take my medicine and use the restroom. I will be right back. Let me lock my head tracking so it doesn't look like I've got Parkinson's. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, medicine is in the body. Alright, we're gonna head back to... Oh, I gotta wipe out the controls, turn my head tracking back on. Alright, controls are wiped. What was my heading? 300 basically. Alright, let's head back. Boy, until you get transitional lift in a friggin' Gazelle, it's such a chonker. But once you have transitional, it's got a decent amount of power. It's got more than the Kiowa by a noticeable margin. But it definitely doesn't handle VTOL flight as well as I would want it to. Oh, somebody took out those black sharks while I was taking my medicine too. Love to see it. I love black sharks, just not fighting against them. Oh wow. Yeah, we got a lot of people. It almost makes me sad I'm the only one capping. I want to blow some shit up. But you gotta support the team. Well, I guess you don't have to, but it's just in my nature. Every now and then I can just do my own thing and not give a shit, but most of the time I can't really do that. I usually just do what's needed most. Tall trees. There's fishing outpost right over there, I believe. Oh, it's behind me a little ways already. Yeah, it's there. Right there where that building is. That's the fishing outpost land. So we gotta grab supplies, then we'll turn around and go capture that. And then we can probably help them do Krasnodar, because it's gonna probably still have stuff there unless somebody just actually starts hitting some targets. God, they're just swirling over Krasnodar like vultures. Unfortunately, yes. The INS appears to be displaced again. When I got up in the air, the waypoints started not being where they should be anymore. When I flew back to St. Catherine, I switched over to the St. Catherine waypoint, and it was like, I don't know, 15 miles off or something like that. Which was weird. And I think Vic was having issues last night too. Random system failures happening like every flight. I don't know if mine was a random system failure where the INS was just wrong, which made the waypoints wrong, or if there's something else going on. I really don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not doing anything to cause it. Vic's experiencing similar things too. System failures like left and right and stuff like that. ELANT pod suddenly not working anymore. Waypoints no longer being correct. INS GPS coordinates being off. Oh, did he rename his flight? Is it NASCAR? Is it NASCAR 11/Vic? Well, you told him to do it. Oh, and I did my warm-up today. I grabbed a Viper and put a targeting pod on it and a bunch of laser-guided bombs, got up in the air, and everything worked fine. I was able to set my targeting pod on mark points, switch mark points, and none of it went up into space or bugged out. Everything worked completely fine. Actually, we could probably land right here. We don't have to go all the way on the damn pad. Ooh, that was rough. Logistics load. How much fuel do we got? Still tons. Alright, now we're going to Fishing Village. Did I already grab it? Oops. Already loaded. Okay, we're good to go. Enemy shot some of our shore ads. Oh, ouch. Just flop it down. Alright, Fishing Village should be on the left side of that river right before it gets to the lake. Weapons check. Yep. Oh, they cleared Krasnodar. I believe Padawan's going to capture Krasnodar, so we'll just stay on course and take Fishing Village. And then we'll wait for them to capture Krasnodar, and then we can spawn there. And all those Apaches are attacking Hotel. Wow, they haven't really killed anything yet, though. I figured 3 Apaches in a single flight. They've been down there for like 10 minutes at Hotel. And they haven't really killed much. Although they might be practicing stuff or something. Who knows? Follow the river. Alright, oh, the gray is right up on the edge, okay. I was wondering if I could pull off into the field right there, but I guess I gotta get a lot closer to the lake. Alright, start slowing down. Are we in the damn gray yet? It doesn't look like it. Let's kind of do a little ground hover here and get over closer to the green. I think it'll be fine. VRS. We'll be alright. Just have to roll out of it really quick. I can't pull any more power. Just a little heavy. That was kind of close though. Unload. Boom. Fishing village. Alright. Padawan is definitely going to capture Krasnodar. He's in an MI-8. All the random failures are off, like starting now, or it's always been off? Because if it's always been off, then there's something else going on. It seemed like there was random failures, except instead of random, it was more like always. Okay, yeah, just let me know when it's all up and running with that, and I'll test it. Yeah, there was definitely something that was making it not work properly, to where it wasn't really random failures. It was always failures, but random thing failing. But there was always a failure. It was bad. This is super frustrating. But yeah, I got no problem jumping back on that server and testing it. Just tell me when. I mean, I've been charging you hourly since like 5 days ago. 24 hours a day for 5 days. Plus, I'm a ritzy bitch, so we're talking, my hourly wage is pretty high. So don't worry, you'll get the bill. It's all good. Daddy needs a new house and car. I don't know why I can't drive. Oh, well, Vic accepts those payments for me. What are these guys doing? I think they're trying to set up a firing grid or something, working with data link. I think they're trying to practice data link stuff. They're definitely not attacking. They're probably teaching somebody that's in Discord or something with them. Probably this guy that was having trouble getting his... Wow, that's a traffic jam. This guy looks like he was having trouble getting his holds to work. I actually don't use the holds like that. They never work for me either the way they should. I don't like the holds. I just fly raw. If I'm hovering, I'm hovering. Although I suppose I need to practice that so I can in the future. Every time I put the altitude and speed holds up at 0 and 0, it'll start drifting like almost immediately. Capture that shit. KA-50 is a lot easier than a lot of helicopters, sort of. I think the KA-50 is really easy to learn if you don't know how helicopters work or know how to fly helicopters beforehand. Because it doesn't fly like a normal helicopter. It flies by dampeners. The Hind flies like a traditional helicopter. Boom! He captured it. Awesome. I almost don't want to kill this stuff right here because these guys might be, you know, practicing or teaching that guy stuff. Is the Sinai back up and running with the fixes? Oh, okay. Is there another traffic jam? Yep, there's traffic jam. This guy looks like he's taking off really slow. He kind of is. My God, that's a lot of fuel he's taking. That is a lot of fuel. Okay, we'll jump over there. Give me a chance to finish what I was doing. I bombed out I blew up the Grumble system across at the SAM site across the water. I was ready to start assaulting that FARP. But then I jumped off when I noticed the INS was way fucking out. Ammo depots, I got it already, it's gone. Nah, just leave it. Or do you want me to do that to test it? You want me to drop 105s in there and see if the wind corrected GPS is still off? It seems to happen everywhere. When something's not working, it's just not working. I can probably get up in the air in an A-10 and just punch in the St. Catherine waypoint and see where it shows it to know if the INS is proper. Because what I think happened in that last flight is my INS on my Viper was just went out. It was just gone. It was like the entire programming of the INS was shifted, you know, 20 miles to the southwest or something. Like everything shifted over. Like all the waypoints were an overlay over the map, and then someone just moved the overlay and the map to the sides a little bit. Which could be what caused my INS drops not to work in the A-10 too, because it was all shifted. Like the INS had failed. Alright, let me piggyback. Tell me the SA-10s are still gone. They're gone still. Oh, they healed though, some. This stuff was all damaged too, but it healed. That's okay. The Grumble site's still down, which means we gotta go here. Gecko. Okay. Yeah, I'll take off in an A-10 from St. Catherine, and then we'll do some INS checks on the way to FARP, India. And we will take Mavericks to take out the Shilkas and the Shorads. Oh wait, that one's a Gecko. I can shoot a Maverick at a Gecko. I'll be all right. Let's take 105s for GPS drop. Well, let's take 38s and 105s. And a little bit less fuel. Federal Express all the way. Everything that was dead looks like it's still dead, but some of the units that were near death and on fire are fully healed now. The SA-10SR search radar, the Big Bird was like had 5% life, and the C2 there was also damage. Those two units, because the other Big Bird and Flap Lid track radar were all sitting right here on the top next to those things, and I shot 2 harms into there, and it took out 2 radars, and the other 2 were almost blown up. But that's fine. None of those radars work, and they're not going to do anything anymore without the track radar, so it doesn't matter really. But yeah, they were like on fire with 5% life. Alright, let's see. We're looking for 22, I think, was FARP India. Yep. Alright, we'll see if that one's good. When we get up in the air, we'll also check. It says 14. See, like right here on my TADS, 14 is St. Catherine. But when I flew earlier, my INS started going wacky. It actually put the 14 waypoint here in the mountains for my Viper. It was right here. So it was really weird. Like an INS failed in some kind of weird way where it still worked, but it was way off. Instead of just completely failing. Alright. Start taxiing. See, it also bugs me how quick the INS goes out. See, like right now the INS is ready and aligned, but for some reason it sometimes starts unaligning very quickly where it should take a while to unalign that way, the way it's unaligning. It's like snapping to unalignment. Like now if you're gonna fly straight and level and flat with your EAC holds turned on, then after a little while, like your INS for your JDAM bombs will go unaligned, but all you have to do is rock your wings a little bit and it'll come back. But on this server sometimes it'll like just keep doing that over and over again. You don't even have to use your EAC. You can actually just kind of fly somewhat straight and it'll start unaligning every 10 seconds, which it shouldn't do. I didn't know if that's another failure thing maybe. I'm hoping that's what it is. I'm hoping it's just having those failures turned on was causing some kind of weird cascade where it's always failing everything all the time. It's still warm here, man. I'm still cooking in my living room. It was supposed to friggin' storm and rain here and it didn't happen. So I'm still friggin' Sitting here with a bunch of fans blowing on me trying not to die. The storm is supposed to hit us tomorrow now. Half flaps, here we go. Well, if it was 85 in your numbers, we'd all be dead. Well, it looks like the waypoints are correct for St. Catherine. Let's go ahead and go to 14. Yeah, that's working. So far, the INS is working for that, which means it's probably working for this. $64 miles. No, that looks correct. You can't turn in a Tomcat? That's a skill issue. Tomcats are great dogfighters, but it's definitely a little bit different than a normal jet. You must learn how to rudder and counter rudder. That thing is a great little knife fighter. Oh, I don't. Yeah, you can drop ordnance from a Tomcat. I usually don't, though. I know how, I just don't do it very often. Although you can put a decent amount of bombs on it. That does not look like what I want it to be. That's the two Shilka. Whoop. That is the two Shilkas. Which means we're looking right there. There we go. That's the Gecko right there. With that little friggin' launcher sitting on the back and that little radar dish. That's our first target. Setting speed now. Going to broadcast. Broadcasting speed. Oh, what am I doing? Not going to get a point track at friggin' 52 miles. Alright, we got an area inertia track on it. Mavericks are warming up. Mavericks are warm. Yeah, doing CCIP drops from the Tomcat is fine. I don't like using the Lantern pod because I don't like using... You have to take flight commands from Jester to line everything up and stuff. I just don't like... I like having more control over it than that. But he does fine with the laser drops. You just got to use your Jester menu a lot. Oh shit. Hot start. It left all the lights on. Stupid thing. I hate hot starts. It's a Maverick. It's not GPS. Unless you warp. Alright, 14,000 feet. We should be good. $40 miles. Guess we can slave the Maverick, although that's pretty far. Oh, those trucks are pretty close to that stupid Gecko. We'll just fire one shot at the Gecko and then we'll come back around. Then I can see the two Shilkas right there in front of the buildings. What is this other pile of shit here? Oh, there's a man pad. T-90. That'll be a thing we need to blow up. 2 T-72s, that would be good. We need to kill that. We need to find that man pad for sure. So when we come back with a helicopter to attack this place. $31 miles. Make sure we're all armed up. Let's do our best to make sure we get a good solid contrast on that Gecko. It's gonna shoot at me probably. Just gotta get that Maverick off before it shoots or before I go defensive. Be nice if we can get a contrast lock before 8 miles. "24 miles. Well, there's that Grumble search radar, the Big Bird, tracking me. That thing was a pain. I think I had to dodge like 4 or 5 Grumbles before I finally got some shots onto the track radar and checked it out. And then that's when my INS went to shit, so I just set my waypoint for St. Catherine. When I got to my waypoint, I was just out in the middle of the mountains somewhere. "20 miles. Yeah, I skilled my INS waypoints. My willpower is skillless. It mythically moved it all. It was probably just the failure thing, is what I'm guessing and hoping. Is that all those bugs were stemming from that weird everything fails bug. Come on, baby. Give me contrast. That looks perfect. Now snap. Before this Gecko starts shooting at me. What are we at? 11 miles. 8 miles is the normal shot. But if you can get contrast a little bit earlier than that, you can shoot it. Especially from this height. That's contrast, but that's not good enough. I need it to snap. Come on. That's solid. Rifle. What's up, California? Oh, good thing too. Off left. And there goes Santa trying to move it. He is doing that now, yeah. I hope that's not what he's doing all the time though, because that'll be the end of that. It's too frustrating. I don't mind squashing bugs, but
Warning, autopilot.
Yeah, you can't really move it from a Maverick. You can try. Alright, there goes the Gecko. Alright, now we need to hit the Shilkas. Let's go ahead and switch our pylon. Alright. There's the Shilkas. Alright, slaving. Rifle. 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 Alright, we'll come back around. That should be both Shilkas and whatever that other thing was. Really don't know. Whoa. Those Shilkas just moved. Are you actually moving these units while I'm shooting at them? They shouldn't know they're being shot at by a Maverick. There's no RWR for that. It's a contrast lock. That's weird. I wonder how they knew. They're clairvoyant. They can tell when there's a Maverick flying at them. Hey, I did get the man pad. That was kind of a lucky shot. I knew that. I knew the general area where it was, but that was a little bit lucky. Alright, T-90 is in the backfield. One of these is a T-90. There it is right there. That's the 90. The other one was a 72. Alright, rolling in. And slaving. Gotcha. Alright, that's the T-90 and the T-72. Alright, next test is going to be 105s. We'll test the 105s and see if the GPS wind correction is actually working or if it's a random failure. And we're going to put the GPS right there for a 105 drop right there. T-90, suck it. And T-72. That's enough distance, probably. Although we are kind of high. Now these 105s should spread around right where that GPS is sitting. If the INS or the wind correction is not working though, then it's going to not land there at all. We're just going to drop one 105 so we can really gauge how far off it is or if it's in there. I'm really hoping it works just fine now, and turning off that random failure thing is going to fix everything. Alright, 105 away. Looks like the it's right here on these two vehicles right here. So the bomb should blow up right around in here. If it's way off though, it's going to blow up like over here somewhere. It's looking decent unless it pops too early. That looks good. That literally looks pretty decent. We're not going to know until the skeets come down. There's the skeets. Dude, that looks way better than it was yesterday by far. So, this looks like it's going to be correct. Before, it would have blown up like over here in the building somewhere if it was way off. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. It's all blown up right there. So, whatever you just fixed today is actually fixing whatever the hell was going on there. Because I mean, they're not perfect. They're not going to be directly right on top of every skeet, but I mean, they're going to be in the general area. Whereas yesterday it was like, what, like about 200 yards off? It might just be that random failure thing. You said there was a bug involving the random failures to where they weren't working properly? Because that would explain like everything. Or it has a chance to explain everything. Alright, we're going to drop them the other 105 right in between these two trucks. Everything else is too far apart. I'll have to read it here in a little bit when I'm not in the air, but I'll read up on it. And then I'll blame you for all the problems in my entire life, including my body blowing up and my disability. It's all you and Vic. Alright, overflying a minute and bombs away. Yeah, Vic will take any kind of those payments you were offering earlier. That's Vic's job to take those payments for sure. That's gonna take a while to get down there. Alright, we've got 2 JDAMs and we've got gun and some rockets. I'd rather not shoot the rockets though. We're gonna be going guns. BTR, cord, yeah. Oh, there's a T-72. We gotta drop a JDAM on that T-72. Those skeets look like they're right over the target, man. The wind is drifting them a little bit, but not hundreds of yards over here somewhere. Nah, that got them both. That's a good 105. Alright, we need to drop a JDAM on that T-72 and then we can gun everything else. Well, we can drop a JDAM on one of those BTRs too. I think one of them had the big auto gun. What is that, a BTR D or a T? Alright, where's our T-72? Right there, all by itself. Alright, mark. JDAMs are up. That looks like a good JDAM drop. Remarking, reset, and bombs away. Goodbye, Mr. T-72. That's a big ass bomb. Looks pretty good, right? There's the JDAM, there's the tank. Right on the hatch, baby. Actually, I don't think I didn't really aim it right at the hatch. That's pretty damn close, though. Damn! Look at that, the INS is actually working completely. There you go, Santa. So far, I'll keep flying here, and I'll if I see anything else that's really odd, I'll let you know, but so far, this is all actually working the way it should. I'm almost betting now that the cascade problem from the random failures, as soon as it affects your INS, that's going to cause so many other things not to work properly. Oh, those are just technicals. Where's that BTR? That's a BMP. There we go. BTR with auto gun. That can actually hurt you. We got one more JDAM. We're going to drop it on his lap. And then we're going to go guns to clean up the whole rest of the site. And then we'll RTB. Grab a helicopter. Fly over here and capture this shit. We'll fly back home by waypoint to make sure the INS is holding. You know, I didn't see my JDAMs unaligning while I was doing all this too, so that's good. Alright, and we are in the zone. Counting a couple extra seconds. Bombs away. We don't gotta watch this. We can just watch our targeting pod. Although I might mask it. Actually, I didn't do a orbit pattern, so I might mask it before the bomb hits. Yep, that's too bad. All right. So there's a bunch of technicals and shit, and a BMP. There's the BMP. There's the technicals. I'm gonna set my SPI right there. Gun pack is on. We're gonna use the gun pack so we can stabilize and shoot right on these suckers. Oh wow, I can barely see him. Alright, and starting gun pack. Got it. We're locked. I don't see those technical trucks. We're gonna have to use the targeting pod for all of them, aren't we? Oh, there's the other one right there.
Pull up, pull up.
That other truck just blends into the sand. I can't see it. There it is. Alright, marked. Goddamn head tracker, stop that. And it gimbal rolled. Where is it? Where's the truck? I think that's it right there.
Pull up, pull up.
Yeah, that was it. That's the BMP right over here somewhere. Why is it still gimbal rolling when I'm on inertial track? It shouldn't do that on inertial track. It still can, but it shouldn't too much. There's the BMP right there. Which we can shred the BMP with our GAU 8 Avenger gun. Go gun pack. And locked.
Pull up. Pull up. Altitude.
Oh, that was a
altitude.
that was a BMP. It was a BTRD. I thought it was a BMP. That it? That's it.
Altitude. Altitude.
All right, St. Catherine was 14. There's 14. Well, I'm just going to fly right to 14 and then we'll see if it's still there, but I'm betting you money it's exactly where it should be. My controls feel better too. We'll see what happens when I land. That was the other thing, like my rudder was failing on me when I was landing in the Viper earlier. Plenty of fuel. Well, that was pretty successful. Picked that whole place apart like a surgeon. Fullback. Got an eagle and a fullback back there. The eagle's probably friendly. There's the eagle. It's friendly. There's the fullback. Getting smoked by the eagle. Get him! There he is. Oh, he looks toast. He might dodge it. Nope. He dodged it with his face by headbutting it. Nah, my throat's all gunky. I mean, so far, so good. Every time I've logged into this server, there's been all these weird issues. This is the first time I've ever logged in and just everything worked. So yeah, I think it was the random failure thing. I'm gonna click on that article while I'm flying back to home base, because so did you go in? Did you actually just pull the Lua file out of the mission and go into there and remove all the failure scripting. Was there a bunch of failure scripting in there? It's probably when DCS... I can tell you how that happens sometimes. That happened to me on my old foothold map every now and then. Every time DCS would do a big patch, and sometimes it would corrupt my MIS files that I was running on my foothold server. And well, Vic knows this. I would have to like fix my foothold map like every few weeks when they would do some little patch. And that was one of the things I'd have to fix, is I'd have to remove my MIS file and unzip it and pull the Lua out and then remove all the stupid failure coding. But that was happening back then just because of a patch would corrupt it. It might have been the same thing here, especially if there was thousands of line. There shouldn't be thousands of... That's why the failures were happening every time on everything. Probably why there was so much lag the other day after there was a fire and I dropped those bombs too. It was trying to process 18,000 failures. If that is indeed the case of what happened here, which seems to be the case, that can cause so many different problems. Well, let's call it in.
Inbound.
Is Rudis have an airfield? Oh, Rudis does have an airfield. I didn't see that. Hey, that Rudis sent a Chinook to capture India. That's awesome. We might be able to spawn at India soon enough. See, now here's the problem with flying in DCS is I don't have a sun visor I can lower down over my face to where I can actually see my HUD. Actually, I'm surprised they haven't added that to this game, to be honest. There's no sun visors at all. Wise? Is there sun visors? Did I not know that? So you can actually friggin' see your HUD? Oh. So one plane does. Every plane should have a sun visor. That's how you can see your HUD in real life. It's always hard to see a friggin' HUD, but you put the visor down, you can see it just fine. Well, I don't know well, you got me there, Santa. I'm a giant liar. Yeah, I don't know anything about that fulcrum yet. I haven't messed with it. I'm not big on the fulcrum already, so I didn't worry about it. But they should have a sun visor for all of the planes, and it should make the HUD pop a little bit. Because that's literally what the damn thing is for, so you can actually see your HUD and you don't have a glare. in your face as well. I don't know. I've never messed with the Strike Eagle in DCS either. Does it have a sun visor so you can actually see your HUD in the glare? It really should be on every single jet. When I say sun visor, I mean the actual pilot helmet that you've got the... Well, depending. Some of them just have a colored front face shield, but then there's others that it's attachment that you put over the top. Usually if you have a large JHEMX... Yeah, the tint shield. That's what I'm meaning when I say sun visor. It's the tint shield. Well, that's good. They should put it for... It should be universal, you know what I mean? For all the military aircraft, because... Because that's how you see your friggin' HUD. Yeah, it looks like the it looks like the INS is working, Santa. Alright, I'm going to turn off my JHEMX. Alright, we're on long final. Yeah, well let's all keep our fingers crossed that when the court cases are all done and all this shit stops spinning, that somebody takes control of those modules, or something happens to where they're able to be supported and finished. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen either, but...
Altitude, altitude.
Well, that was weird. Alright, piece of cake. 540 credits. We'll take it. Alright, so what he's getting ready to capture. So we need to attack Sam Echo, which just has a Tor Gauntlet. The rest of this stuff is dormant. Oh, there's a Shilka right there too. 2 Shilkas and a Tor Gauntlet. Tor Gauntlet's going in real danger. I guess we can come out of this little tiny airfield maybe. Boy, that's small. How long is that? 1 mile. That is small. That's smaller than Catherine. Not by much though, they're close to the same. What's that, Juliet? Shorad. Yeah, so there's a Tunguska. That's mainly it. There's 2 Tunguskas. Just trying to think of how I should take out this Tor Gauntlet. I mean, I'm thinking maybe just reload the A-10, right? And go right back up and go after Sam Echo. Pull a GPS to set a custom mark point. We can just put a Maverick on the Tor Gauntlet, and then we can Maverick both of the Shilkas. And then we can just drop like 4 105s into this area here and just lay waste to everything there. Bring 4 Mavericks. 1, 2, 3, yeah. Just 1, 2, 3, and then a 4th one on whatever the hell we deem necessary, like maybe that. And then just drop 105s. We'll just do that. Let's just rearm. Get ready to load a new DTS. Alright, we don't need all of those Mavericks. We'll just take 4. Save a little bit of weight. And then we're going to take 4 105s. Now that we know the GPS is working, we can actually put them right on their head. Fuel, gun, chaff and flare, and a little bit less fuel. Perfect.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy.
And then we'll set a custom mark point. Let me pull a GPS off the AWACS map here. We'll pull a GPS right off that SA-15. That way he feels special when he blows up. But we'll program that in. We have to wait. We have to load the new DTS cartridge first. What time is it? 12:30 at night. What is today? Is today Thursday? Or is it Friday now? Okay, yeah, it's Friday now. So we're getting ready to do the weekend. Yeah, we're gonna have to hit this map this weekend. I think it'll be fun. Now that we can really start look at how much progress we made when everything was broken. That's crazy. But this weekend we should be able to actually hit Egypt and all the cool places. Because we'll have the actual desert and the canal finished Including an entire Navy out here that's going to be a bitch. There's a lot out here.
Refueling complete.
Refueling complete. Wings are full. Yep. We've got all kinds of Olean now.
Rearming complete.
All right, loading the cartridge. Well, I don't know, Vic. We'll just see how I'm feeling. I'm not doing everything on your schedule. My bad, Vic. Let's do everything you want to do. Alright. Cartridge loaded. Come over here to our CDU. MSN 048. Alright, 2910328 north. 03238 631 easterly. Should be good. What are you talking about? You can fly here whenever you want. I mean, we do have secret meetings to make sure that you're never going to fly with us, but I know he's giving you shit. I expect nothing less. Alright, let's see. Well, I mean, in his defense, I am the sexiest disabled guy you've ever seen, so it's just the way it works. People are just drawn to my sex appeal. I'm even in a disabled guy calendar. Alright, we should be good to go. Oh, I need to turn my Jahemics back on. Alright, that should be Sam Echo. And as soon as I rudder over, it should realign the bombs. Alright, half flaps. Alright. We'll just do a rudder wobble. There we go. INS is reset. Now that's normal. Just reminds me of, what was it, the South Park, where Cartman was trying to be a NASCAR driver. So he's like drinking Vagisil so he can be stupider. I'm not gonna lie, that episode had me fucking rolling. Oh shit, no. Sam Echo has been repaired. How much do you want to bet the SA-10s are back up now, huh? Nope. That's weird. What got repaired? I don't see any repairs. That's confusing me now. Oh, wait a minute. Now there's 2 Tor gauntlets. That's what got repaired. There's 2 Tor gauntlets now. Oh, no, that's okay. We'll deal with it. As long as the friggin' Grumble track radar's not there, we're fine. If they get a new track radar, a new flap lid for the Grumble sight, we're kind of screwed. We'll have to switch back up to a Viper and deal with that whole Wild Weasel experience again. Alright, taking off. We will set our custom waypoint once we get up in the air and get going. Do I need a little bit more runway? This might be close. Rotating. Oh, that's close. That's very close. Alright, marked. Alright, let's start warming everything up. Trim, yeah, that's about trimmed out. As good as we're gonna probably get. $70 miles. It's okay, that'll give us plenty of time to get some good altitude. Increase the tude. They say channel 3. Let's go to presets. 3 is 265. feel like I'm forgetting something. Not with the flight, with like real life. I do need to reach out and see if I can find a new attorney next week. I need to get that done. Hopefully one that actually gives a shit, so I can get my disability refiled. Had to cycle my EAC. Yeah, 12,000 feet should be high enough. $55 miles. That's pretty close. That must be the Tor Gauntlet that I was looking at. There's the SA-10 launchers. There's the other Tor Gauntlet right there. We're gonna fire on this Tor Gauntlet first using the targeting pod, then I can free aim the second one there. Because it's got nothing around it, it'll be a lot easier to get a good snap on him. Alright, speed set on top of that other gauntlet. We'll have to adjust it when we get closer. Oh, there we go. Havoc. That's not good. Oh, that Havoc's coming for FARP India. I probably can't. Can I do anything from up here to help? I should have ran supplies over here to fortify this place. Linebacker, Stinger, Chappie, Avenger. We need some supplies over there. What time is it? Might have to recapture this point tomorrow again. Hey, we're almost to the coast. Actually, can I give these guys... Yes, I can. Add target. That Havoc. Go get him, boys. Yeah, buddy. Turn in. Go get him. That's what I'm talking about. That actually looks like a Tor Gauntlet right there. That is a Tor Gauntlet right there. So we need to shoot at this guy right here. Well, then what is this thing out here? Nothing? That's a Shilka out there. Alright, we're going to fire at this gauntlet first because he's closer. And then we will shoot at the next one. Alright, bringing up the Mavs. And slaving. Get into the keyhole. So many little things are in the way. Might be a little bit of a bitch trying to get a good contrast on these gauntlets, but we'll get it done. I'd like to put a Maverick on each Tor gauntlet and then both of the Shokas. But if we have to gun Ashoka, we'll gun Ashoka. It's just really dangerous. Literally, that's what the Ashoka wants, is you to fly right at it. And we gotta get within like 2 miles, 1.8 miles to get a good gun shot off on it. See, is our Mirage 2000s engaging that Havoc yet? They're going for it. Get them. You can do it. Look at all those friggin' windmills. Nothing but a bird graveyard. What's going on, Valak? $22 miles. How far away are our Mirages? 23 miles. That big bird's still just tracking me all day long. I can't wait to actually drop like, all these 105s right on that whole Sam Hill right there. Which, as soon as those 2 gauntlets are out of the way, that's exactly what's going to happen. Twelve and a half miles, getting close. Hopefully we can get contrast at about... It's probably going to take like 8 miles to get good contrast, to be honest, because there's so much shit right in here. You got that launcher right by it. You got these Zill ammo trucks with more SAMs on them right in the way. We're probably going to have to get a little bit closer than I'd want to. There's the Shilkas. There's the other gauntlet right there next to that shed. Oh, see, we have got contrast right there, but it's not good contrast, so we're going to unlock it. Nope. So that looks like it's good, but it was actually on the sand. That looks good. Rifle. Nope, give me the other gauntlet. Damn.
Warning, autopilot.
We're defensive. Okay, I defeated it already, I believe. Oh, he's moving. Got him. Count it. Can't run from a Maverick once it's got contrast. You're done. You're done. Alright, let's get the other one. Oh, there he is. He's moving. We're just gonna have to roll in on him. I can't get a point track on him when I'm parallel like that. Where'd he go? There he is. Sneaky little shit. Gotcha. Alright. Slaving. Solid contrast rifle. Off left. Make sure I'm on E program, which I am. Alright. Waiting to hear about the explosion. You can run, but you cannot hide. Alright, both Tor gauntlets are shacked. Now we gotta take out the two Shilkas, the anti-air guns that are over there, and then we can start dropping 105s on top of Sam Hill there. Alright, where'd those Shilkas go? Right there! There's both the Shilkas. Marked, rolling in. See if I can get a double shot. Shouldn't be too hard depending on how close they are in the Maverick Seeker head. Alright, slaving. Solid contrast lock, fire. And the next one, got him. Fire. That's it. Both Shilkas are dead. Now we're going to drop a SPI right on top of this hill. We're going to drop the first one right here. Selecting our 105s. One away, two away, three away,
Pull up.
four away. All four 105s are heading to Sam Hill. Both Shilkas are gone, I think. Yeah, both Shilkas. That's the Shilkas right there. They're gone. That's a Zill truck. We'll gun him in a minute. Gun is armed. There they go. They're going off. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Perfect. Just lighten that hill up. Those 105s were awesome. Okay, so there's 2 launchers and a Zill truck. Piece of cake, we'll gun them by eyeball. Whoa. Head tracking went a little wonky there. Alright, those are the 2 launchers, so I'm going to leave my targeting pod right in between them so I've got a good frame of reference. We're not going to use the gun pack, we're just going to free arm it. Alright, here we go. Rolling in. Guns, guns, guns. Start at one circle and go to the other. And there's the Zill truck right here.
Pull up, pull up. Altitude,
That's all she wrote. That should be everything. Yep, Sam Echo's neutral. We're out of here. Perfect mission. Alright, let's go to Ruda. I think it was around 21. Yep, Abu Ruda. Right out there. Okay, perfect. We're RTB. Yep, take it easy, Vic. Vic's got to go play, I can't remember what it's called. That dating sim, right? That's what you play all the time? Hey, look at that. My Mirage 2000 has actually killed that Havoc, too. They did their job. That was another thing that was not working very good, Santa. I would give some units some orders, and they would just not care. Most part, I just let them do what they're supposed to do, but every now and then I would try to use them for a little bit of support here and there, and they just would never listen, so that worked this time too. It looks like everything is really working well. I wonder if this secret tech spot is still broken. Need to blow up these 2 buildings and see if that'll actually black out the secret tech facility now. Because before it wouldn't black out. You would kill everything and it just didn't care. It would just respawn stuff after a little bit. Man, now I gotta figure out something else to bitch about. Now that the server's working. Oh yeah, the mining facility's still red too. Is that what happened to the chem site then? I'm assuming this is just one of the other ones that's not rolling over. Fish beds. Get them. Got 2 AMRAAMs left. It's got 2 AMRAAMs. He's been fighting. I wonder if they'll spawn, if we'll get a Chinook out of FARP India to head over to. If not, I'll just do a supply run across the water really quick to capture Sam Echo before I run out of time tonight. I really need to run supplies from Rudis all the way to India like twice and get it up to a 3, just so it defends itself a little bit better, so we don't lose it while I'm sleeping and stuff. But it'll be alright. We'll do a supply run to Echo if we have to capture it. But I don't have enough time to fly from Rudis all the way up there to India a couple times. Alright. EAC off. There's the runway. Start slowing down. Let's call it in.
Inbound.
Oh, I didn't switch my preset. That's all. That's fine. Oops, I almost overflew. We want the right base. We'll fly over the right side of the runway and then we'll turn into final. We don't want to land going this direction. We don't want to land going the other direction. I guess I can change my preset now, though. Call it in again with the preset proper and see if it works.
Inbound.
Oh, maybe not. Alright, gear coming down, flaps coming down. We're a little high, but that's alright. We'll work ourselves down before we're on final. Boy, that wind's pushing a bit.
Altitude, altitude.
Yes, it comes down when we're landing. Isn't that neat, Betty? And we are on speed and on time. And that is a piece of kit. Whoa. Gotta love that no ground friction. It's got to be the next thing that they work on is putting ground for, or it might be something they can't really fix right away, or they don't know how to probably. Eventually though it'd be good, especially for all the Warbird players out there and helicopter pilots. They need to add ground friction in here one of these days. Alright, flaps up. Tiny little airfield. Oh, there's a Mirage 2000. Alright, let's check the AWACS map and see what's going on. See if we need to do that supply run. It does look like we probably need to do that if we want to make sure it gets done. Oh wait, there's one going. Never mind, we don't got to worry about it. Pontiac's going over there. So let's go ahead and we're going to spawn a helicopter here at Rudis, and we're going to go to FARP India with a supply run to upgrade that one once. This guy's going to take care of this. Blackhawk is going to take care of this for us. Go, go, go! Alright. What kind of helicopter do we want to fly? We just need to run supplies, so we can do anything really, but let's see. Rudis, Abu Rudis, there we go. We can do a hip, big fat hip. Or we can do a Huey. That's a long flight for a Huey, but keep you on your damn toes, that's for sure. That thing flies rough. Let's do the hip. I haven't flown a hip in a while, which means I'll probably wreck it, which is funny. So let's do that. We don't need any weapons. We'll just put, yeah, we don't need weapons. We'll put some troops in here and we'll drop off a Stinger, a set of Stinger troops too, so there'll be 4 other Stingers in the zone. If it'll let me load CTLD from here. Let's see, parent menu. Sorry, give me a second. Let's go into the cockpit so everybody's ears aren't ringing. Other CTLD, manage troops, load troops, other anti-air squad.
We're ready. Let's go.
Can I grab 2 of them in a hip on this server? Well, we're gonna find out. Manage troops, load troops, other. Yep, we can do 2.
We're ready. Let's go.
So that's 8 troops with Stingers back there. So that's a lot of extra shore ads we can put in there for defense. That'll work. Alright. How do you fly this thing? It's got a lot of weird buttons and shit. I'm confused. Let's grab a solid bearing. 323, so we're gonna go 325. Right about there. Alright, let's turn off extra shit so we don't blow our generators when we're trying to take off. Although I can just do a runway takeoff actually, so we're not going to blow any generators at all. We'll be fine. Turn the fans on. Alright, let's do it. Break off. Popping the generators not modeled? Oh, it absolutely is. If you try to VTOL and pull a little bit of extra power and the RPMs drop just a little bit, you'll blow rectifiers real fucking quick. I've had to redo my generators and rectifiers in flight because I popped one taking off multiple times. It's a nightmare. And it can happen in the hind as well. It can happen in any helicopter. I mean,
Get those supplies.
but the hind and the hip are very susceptible. Especially if it's cold. If it's winter, it makes it even worse. That's why if I'm in a hip, I usually won't turn on all the weapon systems until I'm up in the air and I've got transitional flight, or I have a runway to take off from, just to make sure I don't do anything like that. Whoops. Alright, we're on the way. What's going on tonight, THC? Falcon BMS? Cool. I haven't logged into that for a while. I hate the optical illusion when you're flying helicopters over large bodies of water where it doesn't feel like you're moving at all. Oh, for some reason I was thinking it was past that mountain, but it's actually right up here. Right? Oh wait, no. It is past that mountain. It's past that mountain. Ooh, that's a bad slideshow. Yeah, there's not much you can do with 15 frames a second besides get pissed off. If it starts running really bad for me, it drives me nuts. Especially because when I first started, I was using a kind of a older computer and it really didn't run DCS very well, so I had to turn everything way down. I could never go back to that. I think 305 was the tactical channel. Go Blackhawk! Oh, capture it. No, go all the way down. Land! You can do it! Good. Bam! Sam Echo captured. Hell yeah. We're on a roll tonight. Making moves. I don't know. It depends on... I really don't know. I don't have that performance issue when I have a bunch of units moving around, so... But maybe they do more optimization with their upgrades? I don't know. The only time I've overloaded my performance is if I overload an entire map where there's no like unit hiding. Like when I programmed my gigantic Syria map, the one that took me like friggin' 40 something hours, when I was done with that, we couldn't load it. The way I had loaded is I had to personally optimize it myself by making all the units hidden until certain things happen. But that was a lot of units across hundreds and hundreds of square miles. But you can absolutely overload the engine. But I mean, like right now, this stuff's all on the server. It's all here. It's all loaded. It's all running. There's no lag or bricking. Almost flew into the ground. Actually, how far away am I? I should be getting pretty close. Oh, I'm getting pretty close. Yeah, they definitely need to do more optimization, and that's hard for them to do because they've layer caked their coding over the top of itself so many times throughout the years that it can be really hard to really optimize everything the way it should be. They've been using the same engine for so long and just kind of trying to force it to do more and more and more and more, which they've done good at that, but it's not optimized very well. You got to have a beast of a system. I don't even know what my limits are, but I'm sure I could make it lag if I just put a shitload of units on the screen and have a big battle going on. I think I could do 40 by 40, but eventually it would get to a point where the engine would lag no matter how good your system is. I mean, there's multiple battles going on my practice map when I load that up, and I don't get any lag there either, but it's not hundreds and hundreds of units fighting hundreds of hundreds. It's like, you know, 15 here and 40 there and 20 there and 30 there and stuff like that. So I don't know where my limit is, but there's definitely a limit because the engine is going to have that issue. Alright, where's the pad? Oh, I'm still a ways out. Never mind. I don't need to unload yet. We can stay cruising until we get closer. There's the pad. We don't have to land on the pad, just near it. So we'll come down here, low left, and we'll turn into it. It's been a minute since I've flown the HIP, so I'm gonna have to take the landing kind of slowly probably so I don't wreck it. I know this thing likes to not descend. It goes from ascending to VSR almost immediately. It's kind of weird sometimes. You have to really baby the shit out of it and rock it. Yeah, it's definitely got issues, man. I agree with you. It can do more than 5 for sure, but it definitely has issues, and it does definitely require a very, very, very beefy system to really get good performance out of it. And it is a problem. It raises that barrier of entry even more than, you know, learning aircraft does. If I had my way, they would convert this whole thing over to a better engine. Something they could optimize and update better, but they're not going to do that because that would take a lot of manpower and a lot of money and time that no one even has to do that with. But that would be the dream, right? Put it into a better engine that's easier to update and doesn't bug out and is optimized and can be optimized further. Boy, that wind is just shoving. And there we go. I'm stuck on that lip where it doesn't want to descend. Like, I should be falling down right now. I'm only pulling 7 degrees of collective pitch right now. And now it just falls. Boom. Gotta get used to that again. Alright, emergency brake on. That's close enough to the center. It's not bad for a first time in a while. Oh no, I gotta move though. I can't park here. I gotta unload my Stinger troops. Or let's unload the supplies. Let's see what that spawns us. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. I forgot to grab the damn supplies. Oh. That's a long flight to forget the supplies. At least there's plenty of defense here already. Damn it. I haven't done that in a minute. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to fly across the water and we're going to drop off our Stinger troops here to try to defend Sam Echo because my dumbass didn't bring supplies. Can I get a supply? Can I force a supply run? I don't know if I've made enough credits tonight to force a supply run. No, I can't. So we're just going to have to do this. 250. We're going 250 across the channel. And I'll grab supplies from here and take the supplies across the canal. Alright, supplies loaded. Resetting all my dampeners. And now we gotta watch our power. Yeah, alright, let's do it. Break off. I am such a knob. Alright, 250. And here we go across the channel. Damn. I could have resupplied India and Delta across the way. That's alright. I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll know tomorrow night when I log in and we get ready to jump back into this map if it's still ours. Should be more people flying tomorrow night though, so won't be near as cumbersome as it was tonight where I got to do it all by myself. This shouldn't take that long to get across the canal here. Oh yeah, the windmills. That SAM site is right there by the windmills. Oh no. I'm out of liquid. That's not good. That's alright. It's not going to take too long to get over the water here. Oh yeah, I got to take my medicine and all that shit too. So many windmills. I feel like I'm veering off. I am. I'm actually pretty stoked now after dealing with all the bugs on this server over the last few days. Just having them all fixed so fast and everything working now is pretty awesome. We're ready to go tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get make our way into Egypt tomorrow and start hitting all the cool shit. Now that we've almost conquered all of the open desert. Don't fly into the water while you're looking at cool visuals. That would make it even worse about forgetting the supplies and then friggin' flying into the water because I'm not at the controls. Alright, there's the SAM site right there. You can see all the sandbags and stuff where you're supposed to put the launchers and stuff. That's where all the enemy launchers were before I dropped all those 105s. Oh, that's going to make a good short, actually. I got to do some clipping probably tomorrow if I've got time. I might be able to do here in a few hours. I might be able to do it. I'm going to have to make some clips out of the stream tonight. There's some good visuals for the YouTube channel. Knowing my luck though, I said a curse word or something. Which is fine until you're trying to make a short out of it. I don't give a shit if somebody cusses. But if it's in the middle of a short, YouTube definitely does. They get all mad. Alright, let's start unloading some of our torque. There's ours, right over there. Let's drop these stingers just out here, somewhere possibly close to the Sam Hill, but not right on top of it. Actually, I need to... Damn it, I'm gonna wreck, I'm gonna wreck, I'm gonna wreck, I'm gonna wreck, I'm gonna wreck. Okay, yeah, we can't go that far to the right, so we'll have to just bring them in over here. Okay, you can descend now. I didn't change the... Yeah, I gotta get used to that. That ground doesn't look very flat, does it? Looks kind of like a little hill. Let's turn our nose this direction. We'll set her right up here on this little lump. Right here. Alright, open up the back. Alright, let's get out of the way really quick so they don't run up under us and get killed. Because trust me, they'll do it. Now we need to land and claim our credits. Alright, and now let's unload the supplies. Boom! Alright, Sam Echo fully upgraded. Where'd all my Stinger troops go? I just dropped off all those Stinger troops and they disappeared. That's a bummer. So what was the point of that? That's weird. Well, we got a Hawk system here now, though, on the SAM site. We have an actual full Hawk system. So this place is well defended now. Those Hawks got some range. They're pretty good at tracking. I don't know why my Stinger troops disappeared, but I'll have to ask Santa about that tomorrow. It might be something where if you drop off troops like that, they just get absorbed into the point for credits instead of staying there. Which, if that's the case, I won't use Stinger troops next time. I'll just put regular old squad troops in there. Just some grunts. Alright. Looks like the map's pretty good. Tomorrow we'll start here. Oh wow, there's 2 spots here. Tor Gauntlet, Gecko, Tor Gauntlet, Armor. Whew, full SA-11 system with 2 Tunguskas, 2 more Tor Gauntlet. It's going to be hard to kill. This is going to be rough. We're going to have to do multiple harm strikes into this area and just flood the zone. Maybe even a harm strike and a JSOW strike all at the same time to try to... Because the Tunguskas and the Tor Gauntlets can shoot down your harms. Not like 100%, but they can definitely give it a shot, and they're definitely going to succeed sometimes, so... Especially those Tunguskas, they can really shoot down your harms pretty effectively, so that's going to be rough. That's going to be a goal for tomorrow, is taking out Farp, Juliet, and Mike, and then taking out this tank factory and swooping over here to control the entire south. Right below Egypt. Take care of this whole chunk. We can do it. Alright. Let me see if there's anybody flying I can raid you guys over to. I'm gonna get off here so I can take medicine, eat food, and chill out for a little bit. I've been flying for 4.5 hours. Alright, who do we got? Somebody whose name isn't a nightmare to spell would be nice. Oh man, there's like nobody, is there? Well, I'm gonna raid you guys over to Days 80 because he's the only person in DCS right now. I don't know that person, but they're in DCS, so. Alright, everybody, I'm going to raid you over there. Have a very good night. I should be back tonight. I don't know when, probably about the same time. And we're going to be flying on Sinai with multiple people. I think we'll be flying tonight. Mikhail, hello on YouTube. I flew a bunch of stuff today. Mainly today I flew F-16 Vipers and A-10 Warthogs and a little bit of helicopter. But I fly all kinds of stuff. Alright, on Twitch I'm raiding you guys over to Days 80 and YouTube. Thanks for hanging out. Everybody have a good night. I will see everybody tomorrow. Thanks for the likes, follows, subs, and all that good shit. I'll be in my Discord. Everyone's welcome to the Discord. Just put in the chat command if you need an invite, and if you need to get a hold of me, that's a good place to do it. And take it easy.